Okay, back again. Let's add the missing remove and empty buttons to this color list. So you could actually keep these buttons similar to, or like put these two buttons, not the exact same buttons, but create two buttons like this just underneath here. We will have to move this somewhere. I suppose we could actually follow this structure. So let's actually go and move this part. Going to move right under the separator. So we'll decide where the instruction goes. Suppose I could keep this disabled, right? If there is no selected group, let's do that. Let's simplify. This one, because we already have get selected color group. So this is actually returning a string. So if this is empty, we should disable this color list. Disabled color list. Our color list. There's such a thing as disabled. Wow. Okay, let's actually look at the B. If I reload, okay, let's cancel this. Then we'll move down here. Save, refresh the plugin. Oh, the fact that we have data file with two values, it's not empty. If it was empty, then that's when we see it. So let's make this file empty by cutting this, saving. Oh, store that value somewhere. Safety reasons. Now when we refresh it, start adding colors to your selected group. So this should actually be okay, because there is no selected group. We cannot add this and need when you yeah, this happens when I move some stuff around and here's because it can. It's okay. It's usually how it happens. So you do this, it's gonna cause a problem because there is no select. Maybe instead of looking for a disabled group here, what we should do is should disable the add button. Okay. This add. We will have two add buttons. Color disable you as not that one. Get selected color group. If this is empty, then we should fish here. Sing. Start again. Read this group something. 92 is about that. This is empty, therefore there is nothing. Calling this here, it is essentially the same call as this one. Because if there are no selected items, the difference between these two, this is checking some conditions on the. When you call this, I believe there's a race condition and this is available. So these two thing and need you save you clear here again. 91. Let me 0 is out of bounds. 98 to 91. Yeah. Similar problem. Because we had data before. When you call this. So why do we use this? Whichever one is selected. I think we are working this safer way. So when there is something selected, maybe register the selected color group and that is passed around. Because we are always assuming especially here, display color groups, right? We force the first one to be selected, which is bypassing the whole logic here. Thinking that there should be something. It's trying to pick the 0th index. Start empty. Could be made empty at some point. Do we even have the event signal bound? We do. What happens when we do? We adjust the instructions. We don't need to do that anymore. Display colors. I think this is where we should do that registration. Selected the group. Okay. This is empty initially. Go again. Yeah. on this one. So selected color group is we gotta select. So from the items, this is giving you the index, right? From the color groups, which is the dictionary we are loading. Problem is we are sorting this list. But even if we sort it, will still be matching whichever one. Here's the okay index. It is not an array, but it kind of is an array because here let's get the reference here. Color group list is the component itself. Okay, we could do this that way. This will have items. These items, the index is giving us the text. We just print this. Display colors, so this is fine. But another problem here is we are assuming that there is going to be a first. If select first is true, then we are trying to select something. There is nothing. And also do this items empty or if it's not empty. And this is where I screwed up. Line 92. Other groups is empty, which is dictionary. Okay, moving too many parts at the same time. This is safe. So far, so good. Is disabled, which is good. Doesn't really need to be disabled. I'm okay with that. So this is the part I was talking about getting rid of. Let's move this to the end. So if we start, it's focused. One, this, this, this over here. And then we'll put two more buttons like remove empty right under groups, which is in this case that I will do it this way. And let's remove this for now because it's going to the same event. Save this. I think we are in a good shape. This is not going to do anything. That's add. Still not good. Good. Edit. Done. Since the selection is not quite possible, let's see if we can. Now it's disabled because nothing is selected here. Here's an empty QWE. Here's list. Let's purple thing, save the file, go here, everything is saved. Beautiful. Finish this, come back, and this has been reloaded. This is going to work. Going to add because the duplicate, if we add another name, brilliant. So we just have to work these two buttons out. Remove is available as long as there's something selected. We'll do the same thing here. Empty is available as soon as selected. So I'm gonna put on some tea, come back, and then implement the functionality for the remove and empty button. We should most likely do disabled cases for those two buttons. It's here, yeah. So it's about empty and remove. It's disabled if color list is empty. See, I used to. So here's a reference, so we can actually use this. This is wow. What we mean is if the items are empty. This list has no item, and the fact that this is color groups and that's another item list. That's because we are utilizing the dictionary part of the data structure here. This is we'll check that. There's some something funny looking there. And this is disabled when there's nothing selected. It's sort of like this. And in this case, we are not interested in this. We are interested in the color list. Okay. So this is checking all available items. This is only checking if there's a selected item. Save. Fresh. And whenever I update this process part, it really messes up. Because there's something about it. Being in the tree or not. Let's see. Sometimes starting like this helps. So this is not available. This is available. We could empty this list and nothing happens because we haven't written that rule. Now is the time to write. We'll do a pressed and on empty pressed. That's fine, but what did we write for this one? On color group empty. Okay, we could most likely come up with a proper name for this one. On this color group, and this is actually color empty pressed. So the other one will be on color remove pressed. So when we do this, this is emptying it. And what are we emptying? We are emptying. Here's an interesting choice of architecture. If we empty this and we hit save, what is going to happen? Because the array that is assigned to this is not emptied. We are only emptying the visual part. So let's see. Color group. Actually, no. We'll deal with the color groups first. Color groups. So we want to empty whichever one is selected here. Um, the fact that this button is available and we came all the way here, that means there is something selected here. Get selected color group, color groups. So this is the array. So we clear this array. Okay. And then we should clean the visuals here. And that is going to be done by color list. Color list. Like this. We empty it. This is just clear. Yeah, that actually empty. Here we go again with this. So that means I have a major error here. This. Let's go with this. And I think we might have to do the same thing with this one. 25 color list. Okay. Fresh. Done. Here we are. Empty. Done. When we save this, we should have an empty array for ASD. Save. Done. So now it's gone because there's nothing. Let's add this. Perfect. Save. Okay. Now click this. Remove is available. Remove it. Well, we haven't written the function. Expected. But when I remove it, if there's nothing available in this list, this empty should also be. We will see that soon. This is going to be on color list. And with this one, what do we want to do? We want to remove a specific one. So color list, get selected. There's going to be only one because we allow single selection, not multiple. Maybe we do multiple here because there might be too many. Get selected items. This is gonna give you a bunch of index values. Okay, and this is part of item list. So just like we have add item, we have remove item, we do. What I'm actually curious now is if we have multiple indices. And you remove that item. The index number won't match. Is anything selected? Well, that's the method throughout this whole exercise. But let's try what I'm trying to say. Var selected colors. Okay, here are the colors. For color in selected colors, we are trying to do something like color list. We have a reference to this, right? Color list. Remove item. Color here is essentially the index. That's number one. Number two is multiple. Fish. So let's keep adding more. Actually, instead of adding there, I'll do this. Okay, so becomes A, this becomes 3, 2, 3, 3, F, or D. All valid colors. There is no duplicate here. Get this one. 5 CA. Here's another duplicate, just one. Sure. This 3 was different actually. Doesn't duplicate. Anyway, fresh. Here are all the colors. So this is what I'm curious about. So I'm going to remove these two. So everything else will look blue like. We should have 5 bluish left. But as I suspected, we skipped an index there. Because when you remove the item, out of all the available items, second item in the for loop, the index number is skipping to the following item. It's as if you gotta remove in a reverse order. So you should sort them, get selected items. This is actually a pool int array. Let's sort this. Does this have a sort method? Pooled array. An array. The array has a sort method, but pool int array doesn't have a sort method. Because pool int array is not inheriting from array. Kind of should, but it's not. That's the reason why you don't have a sort method. But if this was a normal array, this could have sort method. Hey man, I'm good. How are you? Today is writing code day. We are building this plugin in Godot. It's that kind of day. Blender work today in your channel? Day is it? Friday. Any day is a Blender day. Could be a Blender day. It's Friday. Take your break, right? Don't do shit today. So Godot writing plugins in Godot is super easy. It's as if you're actually writing game code. Um, Saturday here. So since it's 7 o'clock in Toronto, for you to be Saturday, you must be at least as east as in Europe. 6 hours ahead. Maybe 1 in the morning. Maybe you are even farther east. Denmark. Okay. Oh, you actually wrote Denmark from 1 a.m. Yep. Cool. So it's a lovely Saturday morning then for you guys. Early hours of Saturday. So should sort this, but we cannot sort a pool into array. Can we create an array out of this? Smartened up colors. This is going to be an array out of selected colors. Um, can we do it this way? We can, because this accepts other types of arrays. There's this one. Then the smartened up colors, we will sort it, but we should sort this. This is actually sorted. We want to reverse this. That's disappointing. Isn't there a method to reverse this automatically? Invert. Okay, name is different. Let's read about it. Reverse the order of the elements in there. Okay, we don't need to do any casting. We just run this over selected colors. We invert it. But I should actually pay attention to, this is not returning a copy of the array. This is inverting the original array. So we cannot do this. If it's not returning, then we cannot do it. We have to make a separate call. And then we do it this way. Yeah. Yep, it's GD script. It's Godot's scripting language. Similar to Python, but has flavor from C. Um, so yeah, I didn't have to iterate over in reverse because the method is labeled as invert. Some names are a little bit, function names are a little bit tricky to remember or to know. But there is usually something that, something this obvious exists. You just have to look in the documentation. So now that we are actually doing in reverse order, this should work. We have not saved this file, therefore we should be safe. Let's save, refresh the plugin, come here. We want to remove these two. We could be seeing only the blue ones. So remove, and it happened. Of course, I'm binding the wrong for loop there. Explains it. multiple, remove. Okay. Because we are removing from reverse order, index numbers are not skipped. So this is good. Is it type safe? It's type safe. You could go two ways about it. You could actually do static typing like this. So yeah, it could be type safe, but you could totally ignore it. And whenever it knows, it deduces the class type for you, and you get code completion anyway. But you could have both, best of both worlds, let's say. And you don't have to type this sometimes. You could actually do it this way. It will be explicitly. Was it this? Okay, in this case, it's like this. There's a way to use this too, not in this case. Anyway. So we could now save the file, which means we are left with aha. We still have the old values here. Because when we remove them here, we remove them visually, but we did not remove them from the data structure. Because this data is assigned to this array, or assigned to the array that is held by this. You refresh, we'll see the old values. So as we are removing from the item list, we should also remove it from here, or from this array that is represented as AST. What was the scripting language called in Godot? GD script. God script. Yes, it is. It gives you infinite powers. It is indeed God script. So let's keep writing more God script. Let's feel godly. As we are just before we remove it from here, does GD script have things like generic functions and reflection support? Yeah, I remember you were writing C sharp, right? So I'm asking if you are, can you use C sharp like generic? Yeah, I think the best answer to your question, Mango, um, I'll say no. Um, Generic functions. It's as if there is something that does the job of. But here's the thing, you could use C sharp in Godot. In that case, yes, you will have full support of C sharp anyway. Yeah, funct like that. You don't, uh, but I think there's something. I think there's some internal mechanism. If it checks, like if the function structure is the same, it doesn't complain. I think you don't have to be that declarative. You don't define it like in C sharp, but it does an automatic sort of function signature lookup. So it's not done the same way that is done in C sharp. That's my best answer. So that's why I didn't want to say there is a support. There is something, but it's a bit funny. But you could use C sharp. Uh, say Godot engine. So if you go to their website, this is the copy that I downloaded. This comes with only GDScript and C++. If you download this version, then you have C sharp on top of GDScript. So then you have full support, and I think they are supporting C sharp 7.0. But don't take my word on it because I don't really do that much C sharp. And then you download the export libraries separately, whichever platform you want to export to, because the whole engine is surprisingly small. The whole engine is basically around 70 megabytes. So whatever you need, you download externally. Super efficient. Just one more example here. New script. Yeah, this is where you can find C sharp when you download the right. It does run on iOS too. Well, you gotta have a machine too. If you have a Mac, you could export to iOS too. So here's what you can do. Let's show you here. You could have all these export options. So on Android, iOS, could have HTML5 export, so you could be building browser games. So you don't need to learn JavaScript if that's scary, because that's a whole other domain. And then there's the desktop, like Mac OS. And these two, I believe, they changed the infrastructure here, so I guess either one could be valid for our purposes. Anyway, when I release this game for Steam, I'm going to choose Windows Desktop. I think that suits my purposes. I did export to Linux our first game, and I don't have a Linux machine, so I wasn't able to test it, but people said it was running just fine. Yeah, UWP is the Windows Store. Yeah, since I didn't have anything to do with the Windows Store, I chose Windows Desktop because, Steam. And the other question is mainly Unity streams you have watched and Xamarin and C Sharp. Yeah, you could be using Godot to build C Sharp applications too. It's a bit controversial choice, I guess, but nobody has anything in Nest. Like nobody has anything to do with Nokia phones these days. Like, didn't Microsoft purchase Nokia? And I think they tried to push their Windows Store stuff on that platform. I think those two things happened around the same time, and then it didn't take off. So yeah, the configuration here. Let's get here. Yeah, you could be having multiple export profiles too, depending on 32 or 64-bit machines. Different performance reasons, like different Windows configurations. I find this quite helpful. Yeah. So if you are going to build UI, that is the main reason why I chose Godot over Unity. Well, definitely, then you should come in and check this out. Well, actually, Epic Game Store, I'm rooting for them, because I'm tired of Steam. So they might be throwing money at the problem, but maybe it'll be for the best. Yeah, business UI. Yeah, conventionally, what was that? WFC, Windows web form, something like that. There was a WPF, I think, presentation. Forgot, a colleague and I used to work on that. Um, but anything that you can find in web apps, it's available in Godot too. This UI stuff, I'll just show you a quick list. So you have item lists. That's just this is an item list that I'm using here to render things like this. There is grid container, which is similar to what's that famous thing in C sharp world? Data grid. That's the name. It's like data grid. It doesn't have all the bells and whistles though, like automatic sorting, whatever, because it's a game after all. But you could write those layers yourself. This stuff is quite useful, margin container. So you could do pretty layouts by just typing margins. So this sets margins to anything that it holds. Again, if you define an area, anything that is in it, if it's growing, it's going to create automatic scrolling. Like you don't have to worry about details like that in an app. It just does it for you. I believe these a combination of these will be used in your application. It's a business UI and pop-up stuff like bringing windows, file selector, all that stuff is here. This is actually useful. You have horizontal, vertical split containers, so you can do things like this um, kind of thing. Content view, yeah. UI is good. This is something I'll probably use at some point. You have visually connected elements like graphs. It's useful. This is our custom items that we built in the game. They are just exposed to this interface. And then you have the sliders like range, progress bar, a text box with some like numeric stepper, I believe it's called in other environments. Yeah, you have quite a lot of components. Just the input component, and you have the text box for larger text. Quite a lot of stuff. It could be, could be. We were looking into uh, Godot and Easy Charts. This one, I think. You could bring in some plugins like this too that will create charts for you. So this is built with Godot. You could customize them. This looks simple, but you could build charts like this in Godot. You're so happy with the options in your project. It just generates the menu by. Yeah, so you were doing that in a modular way, right? That's what you're talking about? The menu dropping an instance of some class. Yeah. Well, that's the thing with developers, right? We constantly look for a way to cut corners. And it's called efficiency. Yeah, I think that could be done in Godot too. Now that I'm thinking, if I ever need it, I'll remember what you did. Yeah. So we have classes too in GD script, and anything of a certain class that's inheriting, Yeah. So you did not use the Unity API for it. Oh, okay. I think I know what you mean. So it is technically a C# project, so it would not need Unity. But in this case, it's utilizing Unity. So Unity is like a wrapper to utilize that code. I still have to remove the data from here. Color groups, whichever one is selected, do we know? When this is selected, this is the one we know it's selected. Selected color group. So from here, this is an array. We are removing item color, but color is an index. We should be removing. Let's go into arrays. We have some here. Remove his position. Okay, we'll do it the same way. Okay, erase is searching and removing by value. We don't need that. We in fact need remove. It's the same index because it's in reverse. This might work. Okay, here's refreshed. You remove it. It's removed here. You're hoping it's also removed from the associated array to this. Save it. Come here and it's gone. Let's refresh the plugin and it's permanently gone. That's what we want. So yeah, I'm working on urban farming game. It's called Urban Farmer, quite ironically. Very original name. Um, so we have a Steam page. The website is down because the hosting company effed up big time. So I'm going to spend the whole weekend to revive the hosting. So you could find some information about the game. We have screenshots here. Let's see. Okay, multiple messages coming in. Let's see. So yeah, that's smart with the settings, like project settings. I see. Yeah. Speaking of which, there is something like that here in Godot, and we actually are using some of it here. Like this is our custom settings merged into the Godot project settings. Uh, so developers can share some common things too. Sounds like what you are doing with your project. To go back to the game idea, yeah, we have some Figma designs too. It's not public yet, but I can show you some UI stuff here. So we are implementing a tutorial for a public demo. We are hoping to finish it by November. But the game is about planting vegetables in your backyard. See, you will be fighting with the weather sometimes, and you'll be taking care of. So this is a raised bed. There are multiple planted plants here. Um, each one needs a different level of nutrition values. So like sometimes you want to feed more and sometimes more that kind of thing. There's going to be a lot of micromanagement too. So you could have the best product ever. So last week I was fixing a bunch of Blender models, and this week doing more of the data stuff. We are a team of two, so there's always someone else doing the development. So kind of depends on which person needs what. So we try to prioritize the work so that no individual feels like they are. Let me rephrase that. We want to make progress at the same time. So sometimes our priorities change quite drastically. So yeah, a lot of like shopping options, inventory stuff was designed I think a couple of weeks ago. Stuff like this. Okay. I could probably run you the demo of it too, but I have to commit this change first. Selling is not um, selling will be possible, but maybe as a DLC. The main goal is that you will have scenarios like as a family you want to eat more salads. So part of the scenario is that you gotta grow enough lettuce, tomatoes, and other things in your garden. Another scenario is you want to donate food to the charity, so you have to grow enough stuff, or maybe every week you should have enough harvestable products. So this game is going to take gameplay wise in one session. Basically, you are playing maybe years of gardening. So it's not Farmville. You gotta pay attention to what you are doing, and there's always the next year game. So you could plan because do I can I actually let me just run. This is an older version, so way old. This is way old, but um, so you see the sun's movement, and some parts of your garden will be under the sun, some will be in the shade. So depending on where you are planting, your plants may like that spot or not. So your harvest is not a fixed value, so it's changing. This is a really old copy because I'm working off of a very old branch. Some point maybe I should check this in and show you. I'm gonna do something hasty here. I hope I won't regret it. I did stage one. Again, let's not push it. Let's just do that. Godot is gonna freak out. It's gonna say reload. Do it. Do it. It's the demo. This might be broken. Let's see, tomato tutorial. Nope. I think yeah, the commit from the last time we are in the middle of. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of uh, detailed management, like the pH value of your soil, whether the temperature or the water value is good, so you're adding enough nutrition. You can take some of your dead stuff into a compost unit. There's going to be composting done. You gotta balance the green and brown material, add enough water, and stir it sometimes to introduce oxygen. So you could move this compost stuff back into your unit, your fertilization with compost. You could use rain barrels because it's healthy water. Plus, you use tap water, you're essentially paying. Things like that. So quite detailed. And we also want to introduce different varieties, such as maybe 4 types of tomato. It's not just tomato, but this particular kind gives you the best tomato sauce. But maybe as a fresh product, it doesn't taste that good. Maybe there's a different kind that tastes better in salads. So depending on the scenario or whatever conditions are in front of you, you gotta choose the best one, because each one has a different growth season or requirements. Like some likes more water, that kind of thing. The progress research and have your own water well. Yeah, you could. Yeah, that's actually something that might happen. Maybe because this is in an urban environment, right? You need a permit to dig a well. So that kind of stuff is always a DLC material. Because we will have animal raising too, or animal husbandry, beekeeping, raising chickens, and all that stuff. But they are not always allowed in municipalities, so you gotta take a permission for that. What else? Aquaponics will be another feature, but not in the definitely not in November, and maybe not even in the first release. Could be a DLC. Vertical farming is also an advanced feature. We will introduce companion planting, meaning if you plant two different types of plants next to each other, they are complementing each other. So one repels the insects, the other one gives binds the nitrogen into the soil, so they both benefit that kind. So quite advanced mechanics. Let's see, files. So we recently finished the tutorials screens so that you are instructed to finish a scenario. If we could implement this by November, then we'll have a public demo. Every Wednesday, I show our progress. So far, I think we've come as far as this part as of this morning. This is going to take some more time. But essentially, when you finish this tutorial here, you are just about to start planting stuff, and then you wait for the summer to finish so you could have enough tomatoes. It won't be easy, but that's the tutorial. If you could do that, then most functionality in the game is covered. Pest control, yes. Not in November, but pest control will be in the game. Disease and pest control. And also, we are doing all this with organic methods. So we don't want to promote any toxic shit. So pest control will be done maybe by introducing birds or other friendly units to the garden, or some non-toxic chemical stuff. Maybe I should actually open the pitch deck. Might be forgetting some. Let's see. So the main goal is that you're helping your grocery budget. You're not buying uh, stuff from the grocery store that is grown by using commercial methods, but contains a lot of pesticides, herbicides. So eating organically and healthily is the main goal. Rain barrels, I already introduced it. Composting, all this. Hydroponics later. Disease and pest. Selling it to farmers market is the question to your answer. So this is not something that we are promoting as like a winning factor in the game, but it will be possible. Yeah, yeah, things like that. You gotta put something that will attract the attention of the bad guys. Definitely. Like I know for a fact, I did it in my own garden. Growing cucumbers. If I plant nasturtiums, um, I had no problem with cucumbers having any disease. Besides, nasturtiums look good, and you could eat the flowers too. So yeah, so we'll introduce a lot of scenarios. Something that I didn't add here is weather conditions. So some scenarios you will have a lot of wind, so maybe you have to put some structure to cut the wind, or it's going to be too sunny that you need to create shade. And also because you will be playing it in different cities. Um, if the summer is short, you don't want to prioritize things that want more sun or longer sunny days. So that will be important too. So I bet you got quality wine in Italy. Try to revert the Godot. Close this just in case. File status. All this. Ah, okay. If I do this, I bet it will say not do it for those two files. That's very palatable. Staged. Let's check out this. That. Yeah, you're welcome. So just to give you a timeline, the game will most likely be out later next year, if not early 2023. Because with all this functionality, with just two people, there's a lot of work. But I may add more people to the team. Who knows? Depending on getting investment, maybe the timetable will change for the better. This is the scope. There's always a lot of work. Yeah. So this is the kind of game, like in terms of complexity and detail, that I remember playing in early 2000s. Uh, I don't think they make games like this anymore. It's sad. So dumbed down, so simple. Like there's just not enough flavor, and I don't wanna. I just wanna play something that actually has enough meat. So, and it takes time, and there's a lot of work. But hoping it will be really good and It's the kind of game that you normally see either done or acquired by Electronic Arts. That kind of like hardcore simulation game. Before I screw up more, I want to secure this stuff. I did something here. The fact that it's complaining about scenes. Close all tabs. Just close everything. So color bit is it's independent. Script is missing. Uh-oh. Script is indeed missing. And the script is also missing from. Where did the scripts go? Lots of details. There are a lot of factory style games out there. Yeah, true. Like Sims was a nice game. Um, detailed. A little bit boring for my own taste because if I'm going to manage a system or some kind of structure or the system, like what I mean is, I don't want to play the life of a guy because I'd rather fix my own life than play another guy's life. But Sims is essentially a fun game, and you are managing a lot of data interaction, between different systems. So that kind of complexity, I like it. I think in my haste, I may have undone all my work today. This color groups plugin did, and yet, okay, scripts. So this is garbage, I know. This here. So there is something here. I know I haven't committed, well, I haven't pushed my changes, but some stuff. Let's close this bad boy. Let's look at our stage all this too. These were staged before. Why didn't it? Ah, but it thinks I'm on in develop branch. Check this out. Yeah. Okay, let's do this. Okay, I should have selected the clean discard all. So the only change I have made here, going to destroy anything, is the order of. It should not even be here. It's going to be all screwed up. Click. Okay, disaster averted, I think. Okay, we have something. So this good. Okay. Yeah, we have a few branches too many, I think. Gotta be careful there, yeah. Yeah, I have deleted a few branches. Oh, we are safe. I'll push the changes later. But in terms of plugin management or plugin writing, it's very interesting because see, here's a scene in Godot. Like let's forget about plugins for a moment. So to build a scene like this, you are using nodes. This is not how it's done quite so in Unity, but all these nodes that populate the scene in Unity, normally you have you bind them into the inspector. So normally anything that you want to introduce to a game object, populate this inspector area with different scripts, different attachments. Here you nest them under a node. So say this camera, if it's going to tween, you put a tween node under it. This is going to animate this camera, that kind. So you are decorating stuff. So this is in essence composition instead of inheriting. If you're a programmer, you'll know what I mean. When I say always prefer composition over inheritance. So this is how we build games. And when it comes to building plugins, you still follow a very similar structure. This is my plugin node structure, and I'm essentially still writing game code, but this is the only thing that makes this a plugin, let's say, for argument's sake. It means all this code that is normally going to run in the game engine, it is now exposed to the editor. And I'm just exposing this interface that we see here to this area. So then your game code is essentially a plugin. It's recognized as a plugin, so it's very simple. And the benefit is sometimes there is no distinction between writing game code and a plugin. A plugin could easily turn into a game that you could literally in a second turn into like a debug mode. Only the players like won't know what's it because you're just setting a flag on and off. So you are now setting up repos for your drop-in modules. It usually goes like that, right? It's like you keep adding more and more until you get to a point that's like, if I touch one more thing, or if I lose one file, like, or all the files, one folder, that kind of things, gets to a scary point. Yeah. I tried to do custom editor in Unity. It's day and night different to like Godot. Suppose it's still easy enough, but I mean, the number of steps it take. Yeah, definitely. If you are going to share it with a friend. But there is another benefit to doing repo. Go to our GitHub. So here's our repo. We also create discussions, like it's topics here. We are discussing how composting is going to be done. So it's good to have this, break things down into sprints sort of thing. So it has that benefit too. It acts like a project management tool at some point. Which Discord pod? Yeah, it was the other day, right? I was commenting on in your stream, and yeah, you said you were working on a Twitch bot thing. Lost all the bot plugins for. Oh, Yeah, it's when you lose that kind of stuff, it's a bummer. Suppose this color palette thing is done. Wasn't I? Wasn't I? It's a different topic, right? I was going to add something else to this, but that's for a different project. So this was going to be extended to a generic property maker. We will have property groups similar to color groups, and then properties assigned to groups so that the later groups can be assigned in proper assets. If a structure is going to have certain properties all the time, and if those properties can be grouped under certain categories, then we can pick and choose and assign them to its asset. That's the ultimate goal. Thinking what else I can do tonight. Starting something that big. Have all this. Ah, there was a. We have material um, files here. They're essentially the most basic spatial material in Godot with albedo color set to hexadecimal value that is the file name. So the conversation was whether instead of picking custom colors and assigning them to arrays and color groups, whether this list should already be, well, this list of materials should be exposed here that we are selecting the ones that are supposed to be in this group. Um, that's not really a technical limitation, that's an architecture. Because when we have a gray material like this, is this concrete or is this some kind of metal? Are we going to change the metallic property? Then the same albedo can actually act like a metal surface or a concrete surface with roughness. Then it is no longer the same file name, right? It's this tone, but dash and a property like this name dash metallic. So well, maybe that's a choice decision I have to make in it. Let's fix some Blender model then. Let's look at a miserable looking eggplant. Much better looking, but horribly scaled eggplant. I think the work that I did in Tomato, making the leaves smart copy instead of these dumb copies, I think that same work should be done. Yeah, let's have fun with this. Tomato. So, but see, this is an older copy too. Okay, I'm going to safely secure away my work here. Let's just stage this and say color palatable, waiting for architectural decisions. You push this right away. Actually, don't push it. Why am I even writing this? There is nothing to call. Why am I even writing it to feature constant? We are not quite finished with this. We could merge this feature later. We are not finished. Here's what I'm afraid of. If I check this out, broke for a different reason. I check it out. Here's Blender models. Let's open tomatoes. We should have the fixed model. There we go. Here's the fixed model. Save. We'll keep this. We'll open eggplant. Eggplant is been labeled properly. Let's start fixing. So the thickness here is something we won't ever see. So select all faces, go into this mode. Add cap, cavity, shadow. And also this one. Still looks a little bit off. Something is missing. Anyway, good enough. So we want to delete the faces that are this looks funny. Looks a bit funny. So we want to select anything but the top faces. So if we delete all these faces, what happens? We are left with the top facing faces. Let's fix the normals. Let's apply that change to this. So this is something that you were showing me this week. This mesh data. Let's call it baby leaf. We come here and we say this is going to use baby leaf too. And then of course something goes horribly wrong. Why? Because of this scale and such. Transforms done. Apply the transforms to this too. And then baby leaf. This is rotated. We do R Z, something like this. rotations. Rotate. So now that this is rotated properly, and also rotation fix this, here we'll do individual, so we can apply the rotation transformation. This has to be moved up. Let's see if we can optimize some of this stuff here. It in. I believe there is unnecessary geometry here for something so simple. Let's hide this. Okay. This looks funny. Yeah, something is looking a little bit off there. Keep deleting vertices, and yet I'm still ending up with a lot of vertices. Let's do S0 tip. Let's turn on stats. See, that's the thing. See, here's a problem. It's as if, ooh, I'm counting 6 vertices here, and yet 12 is selected. Yeah, this looks weird. Like, it's as if everything is sort of like double-edged. There's a certain weirdness to it. Like this edge here. You know what I mean? Like when I select this edge, am I really selecting one edge to two edges? Like if I move this out, it's one edge. But then it's like here, why do I have 12 vertices selected? If it's all one edge, 6 edges coming to 6 vertices, I should be selecting 6 vertices, not 12. Yeah, you're right. Start selecting one. Yeah. It's just bizarre move. Yeah. We can see the duplicate one here. Now I'm actually scared to do this. Like if I do by distance, what will happen to all the connecting ones? I could possibly select the whole structure and then do the merge by distance. Yeah, let's do that. Remove 11 vertices, so that's actually an improvement. Tab, focus, go into this. Yeah, I think the normals could be fucked up. Especially here, I can kind of start behavior. Do everything and Shift N. Have a good night, man. It's 2 in the morning, yeah. So sleep well. Come back again. It was nice while you typing, me chatting. Good night. So at least it's 6 vertices here, so we could. Doesn't matter, but you might have other faces that do have double words, so might want to be careful selecting all merges. Suppose. So let me delete these vertices, at least that's fine. Let's extrude these S0 See, this looks weird, isn't it? But unless I have some bizarre viewport shading turned on, I'm selecting this vertex. What is all this green stuff? Is this some kind of like what is that seam? No, the seam is normally red. It said add the leaves. So Alt H. Holy mo! Don't need the ground. Green must be some edge sharpness or something. Yeah, it's as if there's some stuff that I don't quite know what. If anything, it should be here. Line I kind of want it. Just gonna turn that some. How about I do this? We are on edge select and this is selected. Use one edge selected, two vertices. That checks out. That makes sense in my mind. This too. So I guess everything is in order. It's just me being paranoid about it. But then there is something funny looking here too. Look at the way it is shading here. Kind of occluded. It's as if there should have been more faces here, but it's sort of trying to connect this vertex to this vertex, and there's some in edge mode. Select one of the, like say this one. So not bevel weight or crease. So try clearing sharpness. How do I clear sharpness? Right click, clear sharp. Is this? What if I select all edges? Select the green edge control. Select the green edge like this. Control E, clear, clear sharp. Did it? Still green. Like, what is this here? There's something bizarre going on. Is there some other object that the shadow is cast? But here it's try the same with seam. I don't know what the green is. Your color scheme. I'm using the default stuff, whatever color assigned to green. Let's look. How do we find where the colors are? Where am I? Key map. Themes, right? You haven't been on default in 2 years, so you are using something custom, I'm guessing. A bunch of colors, so I'm trying to find where the colors are. Interface. Just gonna arbitrarily click this. It says if color most likely under. Yeah, but I do remember seeing a whole bunch of colors. Yeah, something like this, but we don't know what it is, right? Well, it's about editing, right? 3D report. Paint curve handle. Freestyle face mark. I'm looking freestyle edge mark. This looks like that green. These greens. It's a wild guess. So since we are in 3D report, this is the most relevant. Did you try clear seam? I did not. You tried it. Go in this mode. I'm selecting everything just for the hell of it. Said edge mode, right? Edge. Click clear seam. Nope. Clear sharp. It did. Bevel weight. I don't know if this is clear freestyle mark. Clear freestyle edge. That's it, man. That's it. Yeah, this wild guess here kind of was helpful. Green look green thing is yeah, one it was one of these green colors. Freestyle edge mark here. That's it. Unmarked selected edges as what does freestyle edge what does it do? Mark selected edges as freestyle feature edges. I have no idea who turned it on. Who even needed it? In post after rendering. Interesting. We are still left with some problems here though. There's some bizarre stuff happening here. We'll get to the bottom of that. So this might be the normal stuff, right? Did side, not that it kind of mattered this mode, but it did it. Yeah, I won't need it. I don't. I mean, even this is too close up. Normally, probably how close we get, maybe even this close. That's why I don't really care about the thickness at all. No one is gonna see it. This is centered enough, so this is good enough for me. Yeah, this is where we could have a decent leaf, but this leaf looks exactly like the tomato leaf. Okay, feel it. That would be in one of these. So I'll just copy this, come in here and collection, paste it. This is actually an okay size. This plant is huge. It's 2 meters. And this is actually a small phase. Normally, this is actually grown but unripe. This plant is 7 meters tall. When they did it, they didn't pay attention to scale here or the dimensions. This is the one that I scaled down for marketing reasons. I was going to export this somewhere. This is a normal meter tall eggplant. So we'll have to bring everything down. So which means even this might be too for a seedling. Like half a meter seedling. It can't be this big. Guaranteed. A seedling like this might be maybe 5 centimeters. Friday night. Brain is tired. Let's centimeters for easy reading. So I'll scale this down 10 times. Yes, 0.1 done. 5 centimeters. Let's move on to this guy now. since everything is scaling down to 10%, we'll do this percent. That way, this this leaf that we fixed in the other file is actually matching more or less. We'll now adjust all this like this. ISO apply scale. Did you type ISO as like ISO, like a standardization organization? Or I think you might also apply scale. Yeah, okay, this one, right? Yeah, you're right. Because I'll regret it later. All transforms. First, I probably have to select something. Ah. So we'll start from this one, replace it with this one, and we'll go to the top, scaling it down. I remember let's do Q selection. No, if I do it this way, no, that's not what I want. I want something like this face here. Face this guy face. Okay, Q cursor to selected. Delete this one. Let's do Alt D. Do selection to cursor. Will rotate you around Z. So it's too big. This is good. Merge all this. We'll do merge center. You won't see this. Try to remember when you have it finally, you want it to be scale 1 and 0. It does, yeah. In one instance in Godot, when we import the model, it was a chair model. All the parts of the chair looked like all the planks were exploding from the center. It was a bizarre case. As soon as I applied transforms, it was all fine. In other models where the scale wasn't applied, there was no problem, but occasionally, yeah, there is a problem. Some internal mechanism that does it okay or it does. So let's duplicate this file too. Well, we actually have one here, right? That's okay. We'll just. So here's another duplicate. In fact, I'm going to create a few more duplicates like this. It doesn't hurt. Let's merge you M center. Select the face. Add one of these Q cursor RZ. This face. This one is merged. Q. But finally, this one is going to move this Send focus. For 3, select the top face, cursor. Aha. Something. If this happened here, can only mean it happened too. So, edit mode. Ah, that is fixed. Top face is third, the one that we want. Z. RZ. Going to rotate it around one. That. I see the backside of this branch sticking right through the main stalk. This sticking part. Ooh, extra geometry. Don't like it. Delete it. So now we'll decrease the size a bit further when we duplicate the leaves. Alt D, somewhere here, S, something like this. V, U, to 1, 2, selection, cursor RZ. Look from the top. That looks small. We'll make it even smaller for the top 3 leaves. Because it is so. It can only mean that these guys also have some creeping geometry here. Seeds. Stop. This is the part where we might have a bumpy soil. So this is the center of the plant. I get that. Not quite sure if we are going to extend it further down or not. So I'll keep that. Fixed. We just fixed this one, which was sticking out. Top 3 leaves are just about to be done. Vertices done. We may as well fix the tip. Because that's actually part of the. You would remove the bottom ring. Let's see. So actually, you are right. Remove this. If we are going to extend it, then extend this. Why do we need the verses? We need the body of this stalk, but not the vertices together. there's anything that was looking a little bit crooked, it's not going to be visible. Having more geometry there. Definitely not. And this guy is actually having its own version here. Except this one is going to be merged at the center. So this is a separate system. It has that bottom extra bits. So this leaf, look from the top. These three leaves look pretty much same scale. I'm looking at the dimensions actually. They are. We'll duplicate it from here, move it, hit one more time. Need a bit of depth to make sure it sits in the solid nicely. You could, but I couldn't properly render the game, right? Actually, maybe what I can do is go to our one of the devlogs. Look awkward, like hopefully I can find the plant detail. Okay, this is okay. Maybe it's well. Actually, you see it here. The camera angle is always like this. You zoom in, but you never get this close up to plants. I think at best maybe you get to see it like this, isometric. So you never actually perceive the thickness of leaves. It doesn't even matter if you look from under and everything looks sort of invisible. The normals, as long as the top facing normals or the normals are facing the camera, it's fine. You don't really need thickness at all. I think, yeah, really, the closest we'll ever get is sort of this close. In the case of tomato, yeah, we did some tests. I think you get this close. Photography camera, this. And here the leaves have no thickness and it's not noticeable. Wow, it didn't make any difference at all. And it's double the geometry thickness, double the triangle. So, yep, just a normal single sided material is working fine. Actually, when you say single sided material, because we are not using UV mapping at all, because there is no texture file, it's just flat color. Um, I might be wrong about this, but I think in a few cases I look from under and it looks just fine. Like, I mean, like this one that we are seeing now. So this is using UV map, but in Godot, I think, yeah, we were seeing the flat material. Yeah, it doesn't, but we might have turned on something like it won't matter anyway, but just for argument's sake, I wanna, because we'll never look from under. Open color palatable. No. So there are some flags here. Um, I think this might do the trick. Um, or there is something about like a backface culling. This is not it. Uh, ensure correct normals. Yeah, this is a separate case. It makes you think that it is actually doing what we want. But I mean, I think it was doing it automatically anyway, or maybe I'm wrong about it. But again, it's really no concern. With a double-sided material, yeah, there is something. Okay, let's open it. This is sure whatever. So for this material, we also have a next pass, and you could be assigning another material. So they are. I mean, you might already know about this, but you could have a cascading effect, a material inside a material, another material like that, goes deeper and deeper. So here's a spatial material that in its next pass I'm creating another spatial material, so that the effect from here, so all these options are relative, so all these options are for this white material, which is the next pass for this, which is in this case affecting of course the parent material because this is setting all the albedo to white. But you could be having um, some effect here that's not overwriting the albedo. It is sort of like edits gradually on top of each other. Um, and I think sometimes, yeah, you get to temporarily disable the backside rendering or not, advanced cases, or I think sometimes they do that. They do that with clear coats if a puddle is going to be reflective or not, or muddy. Adding thickness on the mesh for the leaves does more than double the trees though. Like what? I mean, I'm not going to do it because I really don't want any more trees. In that case, but I think you mean like something even more detrimental. Just going to undo this here. Save. I have the faces on top, the thickness here, the rim, and set of faces on the bottom. Doing that. Yeah, if you have seen leaves with thickness, I'm actually getting rid of them in eggplant. So you have seen it in later phases here. Horribly scaled. So I'm getting rid of this leaf. I'm bringing in the leaf that doesn't have any thickness. Uh, Basically, looking at this scale, uh, do I get rid of the? Damn it! I always forget. There's the wireframe. This, this, yeah, yeah. I'm in the process of cleaning the thick leaves. Yes, it's okay, man. Because I might be doing something wrong, and you are experienced in Blender, so I thought I was doing something wrong. Take anything for granted. So yeah, but you explained it quite well. I'm in the process of removing the thickness because between this view and this view, besides the horrible scale, there is no difference. This has thickness, and my other model doesn't have. There is honestly no visual difference whatsoever. And here, this leaf is 328 for triangles. Uh, this is only 118. It's like almost one third. It's all good. You got to see how the shaders look in the material game object. Snap this to the cursor. Where's it? Let's disable this guy. Now I have that perfect look. Before it was set to this wire. I want this piece look. Yeah, absolutely no difference whatsoever. Because I want this game to have this kind of like cute low poly effect. Um, Having that many vertices right underneath that is not making any visual difference is not the level of detail. It's wasted. Could have more polys in some other models where it really deserves it. You to be rotated in X. Nope, maybe Y. This. This is an interesting case. Will we ever get to see sort of that spikiness? I'll just take this down a bit. This is too much. RX. I'll take this tip of it. Just tip of it, this one. RY. GY. GZ. It's done the trick. You could have an edge with black as an artistic choice, obvious enough for this pro edge with black. You mean like I go to user preferences and select a different color for the edge? Or did you mean in the game? You mean in the game? Black. Interesting. Like a gothic tomato? Yeah, thickness. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Um, I see. Okay, something like in some games you yeah, yeah, not myself, but I think I am visualizing what you mean by this. This has to come down a bit more. That's better. Maybe a bit more down. This tip is really pissing me off. Tip. It will be partial outline shader basically. Yeah, it's more like it's like no, I actually moved this further. style. So this also has those edge freestyle edge stuff applied. Okay, we got the hang of this. I think I have to do proper parenting. This is the most important thing in this day and age, right? There's not enough parenting happening in the world these days. Getting political here. Let's do parenting. This one. Then I believe everything else is parented. Looks like it. Origins are more correct. This origin is correct. This is correct because it's coming from the smart copy. Someone been fat fingering. Oh yeah. Okay, so move on to the next phase. This one. Holy moly. Select everything. And we do S 10%. Whoa, okay. When I select everything, I do camera and light, peripherals, disable you. We don't even want to see you. S 10%. Okay. We'll bring in the smart copies. And I believe all that edge stuff and whatever was horribly done wrong, you can actually see the faces done all like all the normals are. There's even a lot of duplicate faces here. We'll now get rid of all this and replace it with our way off for some reason. You mean in this one? Or maybe you meant this one. Yeah, this is, yeah, this is all over the place. Well, when we fix this, this is the flowering face. This has pink flowers. This tomato, when it was flowering, it was as bad as the water plant. I fixed the minimal, fixed it minimally. This was also going in all directions too. So this was good enough to fix. Oh, no, sorry, the wrong statement. That kind of fix was good enough. Well, in this case, I think you are right. I should be doing the swapping, right? I haven't been utilizing that. Um, so far, I haven't done it in this one. The manually aligning things. You should give this a name. You could call this smart leaf. And then, let's say for this one, we know there's thickness. The thickness. Go back to this mode. The issue here is difference in origins. So it might be that we do like a linking material, sorry, linking object data. Was it L? Control L? So I want to first try this smart leaf, and I think when I do this, it's going in really bizarre directions because this object data's origin is somewhere else. It actually resets the origin. And then this is what I figure. If I'm going to reorient this back on this branch, then I'm just doing it manually. You might have a better method. So you would do a selection on the ones you want to replace based on shared object data, resulting in a group selection of all that share the same mesh block. We'll try fixing the origin of the. Yeah, see, this is the one that we know the origin is all wrong. It's going here. So how do I quickly, if I do origin to 3D cursor, it goes here. See, that's the problem, right? Because this beautiful one, smart leaf, the origin, this one is the dumb one, and its origin is over here. Select the tip word in the stock snap cursor. But see, then I'm doing it manually. Yeah, so that's kind of what I've been doing so far. I was selecting this, do this, and then if I do this, and then smart leaf, it's actually going to do it. Still have to fix some stuff anyway, so it kind of helps, but I've already done 90% of the work anyway. Maybe I was too early to complain about instructions will follow. Go, yeah. Cursor to it. Then you see that. Are all the leaves with the messed up origins? Yeah, all the leaves. Yeah, they are not in. They are not instance. They are all Shift D copies, not Alt D. Here's a separate copy, which is not affecting all the others. So by bringing my smart copy, I'm also doing future-proof changes. Yeah, ouch. Yeah. Yep, that's exactly what's happening. Unfortunately. I will still keep this so that I could have a visual reference to its scale. Look from top, I see the. But yeah, I don't think there is a smart way to do this at this point. This has already gone in a sort of like a counterproductive duplicate way. And that you have to fix the origins manually anyway for each. And then you kind of end up doing everything from scratch anyway. But one thing we'll definitely do is this. I mean, not even these are smart copies. Could be fixing one of these and applying it to other stuff here, because that's what I did with the flowering one. But how about we try this? Their origin is good. It looks and just fix one, then change. How about we try this link object data? Transfer data from active object to selected object. But because origins are all messed up, here's selected objects, here's the active object. We do Control L, we do object data, and they are still gonna go into their origins. But I think this is what you're saying. Yeah, origins are messed up, so I'm gonna have to fix origins for these ones, and then I can link. Either doing the link or I'm doing the menu stuff here. But either way, I have to be stuff. Actually means I have to first optimize all this too. There is unnecessary vertices here inside, unnecessary stuff here. We have a lot of fixes. So let's do cursor to selected, this one origin to 3D cursor. Let's fix the geometry in this one too. The fact that the plant is growing in next phases and that there is more changes, more fixes needed, is not really helping the problem. But I actually bring in this branch system into the next phases, so it'll help. We don't know. We are not merging those. We are merging the tip. To origin. It's done. So let's go down from this level and then we'll select its faces. Let's select vertices. Delete this. This is already in. Good. Ah, tackle this one. And then we'll come and fix you later. Hmm. Let's scale it down a bit. Did not do the tip here. Tip. Did this part. Let's do the face patient stuff. This one. This one. Facing. M center. While we are there, let's do the face. That's the top face. Do this. Cursor. The base has to be fixed. Scale down a bit. Good. Let's also move this here. Come out of our angle there. Let's get to the bottom of this. For real. You. Hue, origin. Ah, I think we finished the bottom. We were going to do this, but this is a separate system. We started at this level. So, sorry. We are now gonna, we did this one too. We are now going to tackle the level. Now, let me think. This is a system of 3 flowers. This is a system of 2 flowers. Can I be smart about this? This is a system of another 2 flowers. What if we say F this? We create a smart system here and we duplicate and put it here and duplicate. Makes any changes so much easier. Oh, I missed the message before. This is such a good example why you should set things up with good scaling, rotations, origins, instancing, and most definitely. But I haven't started this work seeing someone else's. I would have done exactly the way you are suggesting. There's fewer headaches. However, for better or worse, it's good stream material. People always like watching Blender streams for some reason. It's a lot of repetitive work. I mean, it's hard not to get bored doing it, but if people watch it, it's like really quality content, right? Suppose beginners might enjoy it because there's repetition and it's a good way to learn and practice. Not that I know Blender so much that I can do something more creative. I can maybe, but it's not my main discipline. I did more than 15 years of web development, so stuff is still relatively new. It is a perfect example. Yeah. 6 vertices done. This area is good. Just got 4 more private kits set up for the module while being here. So, wow. I remember back in the day the private repos on GitHub. When you said private Gits, I'm assuming you are talking about GitHub because private repos were not available unless you find it quite useful these days. Yeah. So I used to use Bitbucket for private repos, and it's quite easy to have private repos on GitHub. So good. This one is still having its origin in the wrong. You, you. We'll check in the end if we are not messing up with the flowers. That's going to be a these, and because whatever, I'm getting enough is enough. It used to be premium, yeah. I think this is, yeah, thought so. Shame on you, sticking out. Get back in your place. Done. This one is first the back faces, and then these ones scale down. Good. Get the tip situation. E, Q, Q, Q this, Q that. Q early. Tab for 1. S, D, I haven't selected the face to set the cursor yet. Last but not least, that's the main. Okay, you are here, you are here, you are here, here. Aha. You. Escaped our attention, this one. Okay. Just the angle looks weird. It's okay. We won't get that close anyway. B face. This face is the one we want. Where we want the origin to be. Origin, okay, 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 okay. Not okay. But I fixed this. I did not. How did I miss that? This is possible. For 3, for word, for face selection, the one? No, that's you. Okay. Good. Good. We are all good. Now, which one is the one that we imported? I think this is the smart one, right? Because this is coming from growing leaf from this collection. We're labeled like that. So what if we do something like, let's save the scene. Or I do select this, all the leaves. That's fine. Then this is the active one. Sure, that one is, it is the right one. Because they labeled it as like the collection name underscore leaf. So the fact that this is growing leaf, it used to be in this collection. The ones that are in this scene are labeled as flowering underscore. I got this done by another company, so that was their collection naming. So we do Command Control L. Am I doing everything by myself? What can you do, man? It's like define everything. Control L of big data. Well, something happened. at least we carried over the leaf data. So I'm going to undo to see the effect. I'm going to see if this is going to go over 6,000 or something, 8,000. So yeah, we are literally cutting down number of triangles in half. Yeah, I have same object data with 15 users. I think so. Still named cube though. Well, you know, it's the holy cube. So how are you, Phil? So in case you guys are not seeing each other, uh, I'm doing multi-stream. So I have different people commenting on different platforms. Yeah, I it's luckily for you, I mean, or unfortunately for you, you always get to see me uh, get to get to see me doing Blender stuff. Yes, but early on I was doing Godot stuff, writing plugins. Because you just joined and show something other than Blender. This is what I have been working on. I have the wrong brand checked out, but we've been working on a plugin system. Some color stuff that is not here because I have the wrong branch checked out. GitHub. But we were doing some GD script and Godot stuff. Now we are back to Blender. Because I got to a certain point that it was a decision moment. That's like, well, I didn't want to make too heavy duty decisions right on the spot there during a stream. I regret. You'll go back to work. So for some viewers, it's Saturday. So is it Saturday for you too? I might have asked before where you were from Europe. So your tomorrow might be Sunday. So we could still link this, but as Manglo was pointing out, I'm going to deselect this. Actually, select stuff, and maybe I should apply the scale first, right? Would that be a good choice? Let's do it with these three or four top. Let's do Control A, apply all transforms. Here's the default leaf coming from the previous collection. So let's link it. And I did not actually apply the scale to this beautiful growing leaf. Let's do it without. Ooh, it's got ugly very quickly. But didn't I fix the origin points for this? Where did all the origins go? This one is here. I fixed all the four. You are from Europe. Ah, cool. So maybe you want to type your studio name in the chat. You know, free advertising. It might just be faster to delete all but the new leaf. And then basically select those faces and apply the origin points to smart duplicates. The funny thing is we applied the object data and then the origins are now. How did that happen automatically? I'm going to do undo a few times here, hoping that this origin point here will. Okay, see, this is the fixed version. Okay, origin points are back. I'll do, maybe when I apply the scale, everything went. Alt D and vertex snipping just place. Yeah, that's the last resource. That's the most manual way. Might have to. I'll apply the transforms first. See, when I do that, everything goes. That's because should only apply the scale first, not location, rotation, then everything. Okay. Now what I want to do is, as a proof of concept, this is the growing leaf, right? Just the two, we do Control L, object data, and use silly thing is your scale is 1. Let's change the growing leaf scale to, then let's do the linking again. Object data, and I think this is still what I'm going to do, and then I'll do the rotation and scale by later. Yeah, it's just not worth the effort. Like this has gone in a horrible direction right from the beginning. Maybe there's really smart way of fixing all this, but I guess it's unbeknownst to both of us. So most of the times he called it Goblin Game Studio. Most of the time, game made by Phil. Cool, man. Goblin Game Studio. Nice. So are you by yourself, or do you have a friend or maybe team members? So smart way would still involve going over each of the old leaves and tweak them in. Yeah, I suppose so, because you're taking the time to go and then touch the old ones, right? Just duplicate the smart one and then distribute it. But at least in this case, we've done. Yeah, seriously, just say bye, bye. It's the good one we want to keep. Okay. Well, see, the only benefit these leaves have, at least the origin is still. Well, okay. I hear what you're saying, but I've done all this origin work. At least I may as well just take over the link data. The moment Phil is doing all by himself, you are searching for CC0 textures on OpenGameArt. Yes, that's a valuable resource. Just a feedback to the owners of that website. Browsing it is a bit pain in you know where. Yeah, there's good content there. Sometimes Wikipedia, Creative Commons Wikipedia, that they have CC0 material too, but I don't think they have game material. They have mostly posters, like medieval stuff, different creations, that sort of stuff. But it's useful too. Let's do object data. Okay, now we'll adjust scale and such. At least I don't have to do the origins again and again. And we'll have to fix the rotation. Y. Y is also the axis we are interested in rotation. It gets any more cryptic than that. Wait a minute, wait a minute. How come this is thickness? This has thickness too. I thought we copied this from. Wait a minute. This doesn't have thickness. What did I copy over there? These are all the same. One and this. Did I did I just find a loose growing leaf in that other collection that was mislabeled? And it made me think it was coming from growing collection as if like it's like this. Because I never actually moved this duplicate to this collection. That actually explains some of the bizarre. So this is smart leaf, growing leaf. Okay. Let's select some of these leaves again. Regions are all okay. Select this. Go L. Check data. They look more fixed to me. Here's okay. Now it's done. Still have to fix the rotations, but just change the thick leaf to that. And yeah, I think I did it before I read. And Phil is asking if Sonic will be made with Godot. I think it's already been made with Godot. Uh, what is Twitter? What was his name? Juan Linietsky. So he's been sharing some stuff about. Um, I don't really follow versions of Sonic, but I think an older version of Sonic, there's a remake. They used Godot engine. So he's been posting about it. I think it's already been remade. You could follow his account, and he's been posting about it. So I think Sony or Sega, they took uh, Godot 2 point some version and they changed a bunch of things to make Sonic. Sonic Ultimate. You're right. I remember reading some Sonic something. His account, yeah. But maybe I saw his post on Facebook group too. There are two or three Godot groups on Facebook. It was earlier this week. A lot happened. Okay, you are right. Yeah, Sonic Colors Ultimate for Nintendo Switch. So yeah, they took Godot 3. I'm wrong. But at some point, I think he also referred Godot 2 point something. So it's good news. For but as the joke goes, we are still waiting for Godot 4.0. So let's see what Manglo was saying. I could have changed the data block. Aha. So you are saying undo all this. Thing is, well, it actually does that for me. When I link it, it actually does it. All this is changed to smart. That's what automatic like that's what linking does. Automatically doing. It is very good news indeed. I remember 6 months ago or so, Tesla was hiring Godot developers. Was never really. I don't think we actually got clarification why they were hiring Godot people. Okay, let's pick another leaf here, which is just a cube, and then let's select active object, Control L. When we do could try this, but this is already doing it. Object data. When I do this, this turns into a smart leaf too. This number just went up one. Um, but of course, everything is still horribly rotated. So I'll undo, undo, undo. Okay, this is still a cube. This has a bizarre rotation value. It has its own rotation value. So I'm just going to apply the rotation here. Right, because it says there is a flowering leaf mesh 131. Oh, so when they were doing their dark copies at some point, this never mind, created a unique one, so we can apply the rotation. Because all I want to do is this. Take this, let's carry over this. It's still horrible rotate. My best guess is this. Perhaps this one is rotated. Rotation and this. Okay, this is. I'm gonna have to suck it up and do as Mangla said, just do some stuff manually, unfortunately. The one game got you shocked when you heard about it. Do you know Deponia? Yes, I do. I actually really like Deponia. I think that that game is made by Daedalic. Is it made in Godot? Wow. Okay, so that's. I guess when I was browsing the Twitter feed, there was a mention to Deponia, but I didn't read the text. Yeah, Godot. Really? From 2017. Let's look for Godot on this page. Deponia was not originally developing Godot, but in the vision. It is only the iOS and PS4 ports of. That's still good news. Well, that actually makes some sense for the ports. So if they have a custom engine and their own engine doesn't have export to these console platforms, so you can either go Unity way to have export to those platforms or Godot way. I suppose that might have been the decision. Evolution of Godot engine game. 2011, 2020, it's listed in this movie. I'll actually look that up and then see. Maybe I'll add it to my watch later list. Watch later. Out. Thank you. Time to suck it up. Everything is a cube. Everything is a cube. Fine. Welcome back. Start PC. So in the meantime, we were discussing some Godot news. Phil was updating me with the latest Godot engine games or games made with Godot. Turns out, if you're a fan of Deponia games, the iOS and PS4 versions were made with Godot. So, and then following your advice, I automated some stuff to a certain point and I'll suck it up and then it's manually because I have just about hit it. This looks like it's revolting. A very unruly eggplant leaf. Hearten up, sir. Wow. Yes. You look tamed. We like our. Speaking of restarting your PC, I may have to sign off at some point and go to bed so I can restart my own system soon. Does Urban Farmer have seasons? It will have. It will actually have seamless seasons. You will be playing every hour of every day of a year, and there will be a smooth transition. So you'll be seeing the transition of weather effects. So you can see the snow accumulating, rain coming down, and then evaporating that stuff, like that kind of stuff. The challenge, though, for us, there will be fast forwarding in the game. You fast forward the time abruptly, you still want to give the illusion of uh, passage of time, but that it actually looks visually appealing. So there are some aesthetic challenges for us. Because the technical challenge is easy enough. You just change the time values, or if stuff is dead or if stuff is growing, adjust them. But usually it has to make some sense too. We have some technical challenges. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a game this complicated. With, like, I mean, with Godot, but generally speaking, I mean, we have had historically games that exploit complex systems, but they were usually illustrations or assumptions and some shortcuts taken to the point that you kind of fake it real. And I mean, maybe we'll have to do it the same way, but not in a cheap way. That's what I'm. Do I still have the pitch deck open? I do. What is here that I can talk about? Say, okay, here is light conditions. So if a part of your garden is not getting enough sunlight, and you are planting stuff that likes sunlight, so you won't get good harvest. And so we need to find a way to calculate the light distribution in this. Similarly, if you put some obstacle over it, this won't get enough rain. So we can't just assume because it's raining, every part of your garden is getting the same amount of water. Because also some plants like water, some don't. So there's going to be customization like that. So in that sense, I don't think we can fake that. You have to be. Let me just give you an example. Say, I'm not going to name the game. There's a game out there for a farming simulation game. I've been reading reviews. One player said the game wasn't realistic enough because players could use the combine, go and harvest their wheat field. And that's a mistake because in rainy weather, the wheat is clogging the machine. So you shouldn't actually take out your some of your equipment. And farmers know that kind of thing. The game didn't account for that kind of realism. So when people know about urban farming, like they will find something obviously done wrong. It's going to be very unpleasant. So if a plant doesn't like that much water, but we just fake the data, it's not going to. So the game, um, we don't have plans for making it for mobile because for this amount of data and realism, there's just too much. The performance won't be enough. Let's say we could have a different game based on this, but it has to be designed according to mobile platforms. So this is the kind of game that you will be restarting maybe a lot, like to make different decisions. You could beat the same scenario with different. It's a long game. It's like a very like hardcore simulator. Uh, for mobile, the scope is too big, but also we are not really experienced in mobile. It's a different, pardon the pun, but game. Because you are competing with big guys, you need to have a decent advertising, that sort of stuff. It's already hard enough for us to develop the game and compete in on Steam, but mobile market is not something we understand. But if this game takes off, there could be a mobile version of it with a limited scope. Um, this is something I was showing earlier. So for tomato, we are talking about multiple varieties. So this is true for different plant types. Like even just the data aspect of it, I don't think it's viable for a mobile game. There's just too much going on. Fix the rotations here. But maybe one day we'll do it. Never say never. You can tell your friends about game and help. Yeah, for sure. We would like the feedback. Still a wrong leaf. Guess I never selected this one. Who knows? Anything could happen at this hour of the day. Oh, I really messed up my perspective there. I think I'll have to look at the scale at the not now. It's rotations. So, are you a long time Godot user? You seem to know a lot about Godot, or you have a lot of news. Because when I only started Godot like maybe a year and a half ago, but with version 3, and I know a lot of people actually know about version 2. There are major differences. I never got the experience that I started with 3 point some 3.2, I think, when I just this one looks crooked. Is it? Or definitely crooked. Is this the one that we were not happy because it was not bowing? Let's discovered Godot half a year ago. Yeah, it's definitely a cool product. I mean, pretty much every day or every week, I find something new to be impressed by the way it's doing things compared to other engines. Mainly, you know what? I won't say Unreal, because the one I'm talking about. Didn't I rotate this? Maybe it's a different system. This is the original one that we brought in, flipping up here. Still some stuff here that is. So, not that I'm doing self promotion. In the name of being helpful to you, our channel has game made with Godot. I'll paste it in the chat, but you could actually visit our YouTube channel. Um, we have done a few interviews with people and companies who have used Godot. You may find something useful in there. I'm more than happy to cover your projects too. So part of the interview cycles. It is like therapy. Definitely feels like therapy. Why? X down. Again, this looks horrible. What is wrong with you? I think we fixed every single horribly rotated. The scale is gonna be fixed. So someday I'll make interview with you. Yeah, definitely. Just let me know. And if you watch those videos, you'll see that it's pretty casual, conversational. It's like having a private chat, and you'll be sharing your screen, and I'll be asking relevant questions. So more about like about your product and your experience with Godot, that kind of thing. So technically, the bottom leaves have to be scaled up more than lower ones. We actually does it even make a difference? One person is from Poland. Yeah, the first one. Yeah, he's a Canadian guy. He lives in Japan. The second interview, he's a Polish guy. He lives in Hong Kong, but then he moved to Berlin. And the last one is he's German and he lives in Germany. So that's like not too many moving variables there. Uh, but he works in a chemistry lab. That's his full time job. He blows things up during the day, comes home and does cool stuff with Godot to work. So that's another interesting thing that he actually built a tool, Union Bytes, the website, but I think we should go and check his itch page. So he built a texture painting tool similar to Substance Painter, but his specialty is on small scale, like for lower resolution textures. So it could look more like pixel art. Depends. I don't want to make a judgment about quality here, but it's just a certain art style because this is certainly looking very, let's say, low poly. So you are painting on a 3D model, all the details and all the maps, different shader maps, ambient occlusion, and all that stuff. So he built this with Godot. So he's not using Godot to build games, but he's using it to create software. And this is all the UI components that you normally use in Godot. So to build quality software. And so yeah, he's basically painting an axe here. So UV map is here. So you don't even need to go to Photoshop anymore. So if you need something like this, check it out. Maybe you could actually do some of your stuff in Blender and bring it here. And it's only 12 American dollars. This might maybe help you with your. But I'm guessing since you talked about open game art, maybe you're looking for 2D assets. This is doing 3D assets. But I mean, you could also paint 2D stuff too. Then for the texture. Because I think he did sprites too in the maybe he's showing it in the well essentially the 3D stuff is 2D texture applied on a 3D surface, so same principle. But I might be oversimplifying. Make the bottom ones a little bit bigger. This one is definitely way. Top ones are smaller. Let's look at it from top. Then let's look at it graphically. Here's the right camera angle. This makes sense to me. This doesn't make sense to me. This not making any sense. I think it will be gone. This is also slightly not making. Could leverage it. But this RZ. Oh, I rotated in the wrong. And part of this problem is you were too close to the stem. Should be moving out. More power to Godot. So here's another major sort of mistake here. For this flower system to be just sticking off the main branch, that is wrong. This should be sticking out of the leafy branches. Stuff doesn't just grow off the main. It just doesn't. This is going to be maybe growing from here. Empty area. I mean, visually it may look okay. But one of these days someone will see this, wait a minute, this is just growing off the main system. That's wrong. It's going to be a bit of a problem for us. Speaking of which, now is the time to fix this. Let's see how many things. This tip it's the same problem we face with the tomato flower. So the decision was to merge these center here, so we could have a flat edge here instead of a blunt edge. And how did I start my adventure with game development? So in 1999, I started university. I studied computer science. Somewhere there around 2002, I think I already started working at different companies doing JavaScript, HTML, all that stuff. So I did web development stuff until last year in August. And so that's like 20 years, maybe more or less. And then a few years before that happened, I was studying game development. But things never really got serious. So last August, I was laid off. I was going through interview processes to get another job in web development. Um, After one last interview, I said, okay, F it. I'm starting my video game company, and here I am. So it is a real adventure. Scary sometimes, but I really don't want to go back to web development anymore because I find the whole industry or the concept really boring. And the hiring process in that field has got to a certain point that is no longer functional. that the people who are interviewing you don't know any better. There are a lot of gatekeepers labeled as HR people. So the name human resources, in my opinion, anyone can call me crude or whatever. I don't care. I feel really bitter about the whole hiring field. Human resources literally turn into a slaughterhouse that they are. You are looked at as resources, like a bunch of humans. There's you go in the system. That's it. Did I do this part? I did. It's the very first one I did. Got a lot of messages. Let me see. Hi Taklippy. Bill is saying hi to Taklippy. As game developer, you are doing mainly something. Yeah, cool. So I'm guessing you guys know each other, saying hi, and got the feeling that some of you may know. Is this one vortex? Let's merge these two. Optimize it because let's look at the difference. 180 triangles. Let's merge these two. Oh no, not that one. And only two triangles because there isn't really much, but it's still a triangle here. Is this really necessary what I'm doing? Here is make that like this. We are never gonna get this close. This level of detail here is it? It's not going to be noticed, so it's not worth it. Decision has been made. Let's see, can I ask for a favor? I can do it off this day. Sure, I'll look. I'm no expert, but I'll give my honest opinion. You are a nice person, Phil, and you sound nice too. Exactly. So yeah, shoot me the uh, portfolio link. So you, oh, you actually you're asking me if I can do it off the stream. So are you asking me to do it off the stream because you don't want people to see, or you are saying that because it might hijack the stream time? Because if you feel like I should do it privately, I'll respect that. Because I won't just open it without asking, you know. Let's see. I'm going to sign off soon anyway, so we may as well look at that and maybe make that as the farewell topic. So I'm guessing this is, yeah, this matches them. Most of the time you're kind to the other. You're just trying to be human. But you're admitting that you're a monkey. Just kidding. Yeah, it's nice to be a good monkey, not hostile monkey. Monkey. Yeah, let's see. I might have seen your name Facebook group, like Godot Facebook group. Your name seems familiar. Seen it. Creativity jar. I like this composition. Um, I'm guessing you use HDRI, and this is maybe the. This looks nice. So okay, since we can, okay, we are. Can we make this bigger? Maybe we can. But this is what I'm noticing. This uh, round part here. It's as if the wooden pieces they don't have enough thickness. It's just a minor detail. It's as if it's too flat. It needs a bit more body, or maybe it's just the light giving me that illusion. You try to look. Yeah, this has some thickness here, but it's as if it's not reflected. Maybe it's just the light. You're in a couple. It's good to be a good monkey. Oh, I like this. See, Blender cycles. I was gonna ask if this actually was done with Substance Designer. Yeah, maybe the thickness is there's maybe it's too thin. Blender cycles modeling. Yeah, I can see the low poly here. Here, it's blended so well, almost high poly here. Kind of, this actually looks a bit more high poly than this one. Maybe it isn't, but it's so well hidden with the shadow. But it's no problem that it's low poly because I'm doing low poly. There's nothing wrong with low poly. This looks nice. Stop at some point. Yeah, I like this one too. I actually really like the glass texture here. That cycles too, I believe, with the. Did you do this with the principal shader or did you use a different shader? Just 2000. That's why it's. I see. And people here think Europe is better. I think we should all meet at Atlantis, right in the middle. Cool. Yeah, yeah. This is a close up. Yeah, the detail here is better seen with the tiles. There's like some kind of noise or sort of like crack texture. I don't know if people have that kind of texture in their houses, but I like it. People have different, people have different tastes. Maybe they actually have tiles that are looking that much cracked. I like it. So here's actually a kind of an architectural uh, detail. Maybe this should not come to the wall or snap to the wall with this kind of angle. Maybe it should be flat. Or if it's going to have that kind of angle, maybe have this end sooner here, so there is proper gap between the wall and the surface here, so it doesn't look like it's left here accidentally. Europe is good. Yeah, see, EU is a different story, right? Um, yeah, but the price policies and I guess it has its ups and downs. Yeah, But I mean, you are always welcome to Canada. It's a bit cold here, but it could be cold anywhere else, mind you. Here's a dolphin or a swordfish. I guess it's a dolphin in there. See, this actually is nice, but I would get a lot. Okay, you are getting a lot closer. I thought that was. And again, I'm not a pro in Blender, but I think this is what experts would say, because that's how I'm feeling. Like I've seen them comment on pieces like this. Um, it's about caustics and what is it called? That IOR value in the shader. Looks like glass, but sort of hazy. It could be done a little bit better, but this looks impressive. So you are strategically hiding the brand, but I think this is lace. Good product placement. Uh, Most of these are projects that you did on CG Trader. Yes, it's a dolphin. But politics and situation in all content, I can talk hours and hours. Well, I can tell you one country you most likely wouldn't want to live in, and that's where I'm originally from, Turkey. If you think Europe and Canada are bad, uh, try Turkey. Beautiful vacation spot, horrible country to live in. This is another nice low poly example. Hard surface. So is this okay? Maybe I interpreted wrong. I call it low poly, but I thought this was the wireframe. Is this actually? I might be wrong because I see the plates here. This part, yeah, looks hard surface. Can visit Turkey, yeah. Yeah, it's a nice country to visit, but not to live in. So this has multiple, I see. I think this is missing the bolts in the tires. That detail might help pop this part up. Like when I look at this whole vehicle, my eyes are going at the lower half. Uh, there's something menacing about this, like this feature here, but it's sort of like hidden away. I like this part. The perspective is not helping. It's sort of hidden. This is more in our line of sight. Here you don't have that kind of problem, but here you could have more bits edit here and there. Definitely the bolts, some cables here and there, attachments like this axis here is good. Maybe we need more of them. 60K almost. Wow. Most people won't talk here about Canada. They talk more about USA. Immigration law in USA yeah, it is. It's quite difficult to come here too. It takes years for the immigration papers to be like go through the system. But between Canada and USA, yeah, I think well, I'm biased, but Canada is better. As what do they call it? The some index like happiness index or whatever. like which country you should live in kind of index. Here's an old first sloppy rig animation. Oh, you're a bad monkey. At this hour of the night. Yeah. This has some Half-Life creature monsters elements to it. I don't know if it's the pointy hands or the head shape, those head grabbers or head grabbers or crappers, whatever. Like you know what I mean. They jump and attach themselves to your head. Uh, Here's a dissolving gel, a gel out. So I guess this is a test case for particle effects or physics. That's what I'm guessing. I see that. A nice example too. Which channel was that? You should check out. Well, but it said advanced case, right? There's a YouTube channel called 2 Minutes Paper. That guy talks about algorithms and like papers for physical simulations like this, and I think some of them are going into Blender at least in later versions. So we'll have much more realistic physics simulations or animations. I'm guessing you used physics here in custom thing. Could be. I don't think those bubbles or the parts that are splashing up and coming down, I don't think you animated them individually. Yeah, you are following that guy. Yeah. So a later version of the creepy thing we have just seen. Yeah, it looks disturbing. Yeah, cool though. Those blades can do real damage. By the way, my YouTube viewers are not seeing where this link is because there's multi-stream going on. So I'm getting also receiving messages. In game, this guy is so big, can crouch between his legs. Oh, I see. So imagine your height is here. Yeah, I see. Yeah, virtual hug. This actually looks really nice. Like for a moment, you think this is a photo. You know, it's about sometimes storytelling. I would put a maybe water bottle here, or maybe a coffee cup. Maybe coffee cups like knocked down. Maybe it's spilled here and there. It's as if a person was sitting and the I don't know rushed off, and this is already telling a story about just an extra element. This is textured in substance paint. So about the character animation that we were just seeing, that can be a tanky rusher. So like yeah, rushes and slams you. Yeah, like a boss fight kind of. You could crouch under. Hello, food. Actually looks cheerful. See, it would make sense to have some kind of thin paper to cover the sides so that the light would not be too harsh on the eye. Sometimes it gets to your eyes, right? And also better illumination. But if you do that, then who's going to see the detail inside, right? So there's a bit of contradictive sort of um, the concern here is different. Text looks awesome. Yeah, that happy, colorful text. That was how it really was for the light. So you actually model something, and here's the bench in its bench form before it was taken out to the wilderness, and it's got soiled later. Ah, I see. I think yeah, you were modeling a bunch of similar light fixtures. Yeah, maybe if this is too hot, like up in the ceiling, maybe it won't get to the. It won't be at eye level. Here's Happy Jill. How the client wanted you to make it. Sometimes you are limited by client's choices. Nice. I'm terrible with cars, but I think this is a Camaro. I'll just humiliate myself and move forward. What is this? Police lights. Ah, okay. Cool. So this is hard edge. Was your first project Mustang? I think this could use some more details about like this. You blended in, but looks nice as a shape. Could be more detailed. It actually gives you this feeling that it was sort of clay and you were carving it out. So this is blue light and a bit more detailed here. I see. Yeah, I like this one too. There's a bit of artificialness though. Like question, it's not photoshopped over this grass, right? This grass was part of Blender too. What happened with your previous message? What okay? What happened to your okay? Your last message was your damn that text looks awesome. That's your previous message. Have I missed? Let's scroll up. Virtual hug. Not another. I'm not sure if I missed any other than those two that I have read. I'll wait for answer. Modes displacement procedure. Cool. Yeah, so with the modifiers you use the displacement. This is the texture. So I'm guessing for the higher parts it's picking up different values from the shader and the lower parts are getting a different ramp, color ramp. Your message was about joining Discord, but that message, yeah, I never really saw that message. That's worrisome. Joining Discord. Yeah, I'll try to scroll up as much as possible. I think your last messages were about politics. Everything is better than Poland and Europe. After that, I saw other short messages that had nothing to do with Discord. Use nodes to shape it. Use multiple textures using separate XYZ texture procedure. Stop this. Just something. Yeah, this is not Sketchfab, right? We cannot go like. I'm actually looking at this portion here. Just looking if this wood continuing around this edge. YouTube have its own issues. Yeah. But if you could repeat what you wanted to say about Discord, be happy to hear it. Another Jill. Hold Control and scroll. Yeah, it's the Chrome zoom function. Yeah, this is a nice light there with the text appearing and not. Yeah. This kind of thing could be nice for video intros and it's nice. Cool. Your message was about joining Discord. Okay. Yeah, okay. Now I'm actually really catching up. So Discord, let me check the company Discord. Is something. So yeah, we have a Discord server too, which is not that active. I thought about streaming on Discord too. That will happen at some point. Uh, but since we are all here, chat is available in case anyone wants to join the Discord. Here is a link to it. That water filling animation was. This is nice. Gravity and then. Okay, this looks really nice. Lucky Jill. Oh, this is nice actually. Keep looking at it. It's like a nice, like sort of infinite fountain feature. Hmm. Simulations in Blender is fun. Jill is your experiment text. Simulations are fun. Outside code seems there is limited use for it though as it relates to game dev. Yeah, true. That's what that's why we use the game engines, right? To animate things or like physics in the game. This is nice. I think this is the most obvious thing I can say. It's about the water. The reflection is nice, but it still looks like this is a glass table than water. Um, maybe this is in someone's office and there's a glass surface here. Instead of a water feature with the waves, maybe it should turn into some kind of like an office decoration. But this is some kind of a model. This water is not doing justice to this, but it's nice. Oh, and this is you. with wings. Another time, yeah, yeah, I think your messages keep disappearing because I was expecting you to type something else. Like there was enough time in between this last message that you are saying that something disappeared and the previous time we just discussed it. Oh, YouTube, which word is not good for you? Yeah, it could be bizarre, right? So whatever algorithm they are using. Yeah, see, TechLeppy is not seeing your messages either, but I was reading some of the things he couldn't see. So, okay. And there's Manglo joining us from Twitch. You guys can't see his messages anyway because he's on a different platform. So, at least that's expected. Here's Jill hanging out in the dark in the forest, illuminating itself. I like the little flowery bits here. And is this the terrain tool or like it like height map here? Hill. So Manglo, are you commenting on YouTube viewers? Yeah, we have platform wars here. I think I answered my own question. Here's the hill, and we're just going around it. Flowers and poppy seeds, I think. Poppy. Cool. Here's grassy hill. YouTube is better. Hail YouTube. Well, Discord is the best. This doesn't have enough features, but I think I started something nice here. I see the light and the depth. Marble table. I like this. This section here, and there's a different specularity here. I like this. Yeah, I see. Different maps. The Fox was for 3D printing. Oh, I see. Discord is so not the best. Techlepi, do you see my previous? Okay, Phil is asking Techlepi if you are seeing his message. No, no message. What? Why? I'm just reading all of your messages. Yeah, these days I get that feeling from pretty much every company that you are just a number of or a product, that the businesses are asking you to do their job, and there's always that like we appreciate your whatever excuse or whatever. I believe this is a different version of the table. Doesn't have the doesn't have all the texture maps. It looks like this is a precursor to the one. Discord history makes it so obvious. Oh, you were commenting about Discord users as they. Well, I guess the other day there was some controversy about Twitch, right? A lot of people stopped streaming that day because there's some disgruntlement over account accounts being banned. Don't really know. I think Phil and TechDeppy are figuring out why they can't read their messages sometimes. There's Jill in different places. I really like this surface. How they handle communities and how they develop their APIs. I think I'll go as far back as 26 weeks and I'll close the Instagram. Oh, spoke too soon. We are already past 26 weeks. So here's a car frame. A good start. Nice. I think there's going to be lights coming. Yeah. One more and let's finish it strong. Like this. Okay. This is nice. Really nice. Don't quite know what this pointy part here is. It's causing this B shadow, but the overall, I really like this. I like the fact that there's like metal piece here reflecting this metal piece here. Like, I mean, this is like a metal frame. This part is metal. It's reflecting another. So here's an inner reflection. So there's glass here, which is also reflecting this part. So I like it. I really enjoy this. Let's catch up the chat and then I'll sign off soon. Do you block any words on your chat? I don't think I don't even know where to start with blocking. And Mango is saying it's a deep topic, not suited for chat about the companies doing monkey business. Yeah, that's a topic. But I mean, generally these days, companies all around the world they do bizarre stuff. That car you never completed, it's still there. Yeah, that's just shadow. It is. Yeah. But it's as if in. So this is actually a darker shadow here, but that kind of shadow to be there so thin, something here is causing it. It's one of those things that your eye is drawn to that point. It's as if it's a defect. It might be natural to the geometry, but I don't know. Like maybe if something could be done about it, that would be my final comment. Yeah. So after, yeah, you did it and you were confused. It is a nice piece. YouTube is blocking normal words. So how can we test if it's blocking normal words? If I ask you to type the word that you think it's blocking, uh, if it's still blocking, you wouldn't be able to type it. So how can you let us know which word you think is blocking? Could you replace one letter of the word that you think it's blocking? So you're writing these words. You got that message. I mean, how could it be so sensitive to common words? It's blocking. Yeah, I don't even know where to block things. There are two lights. Yeah, there are. Yeah, looks like this part is light is coming from this diagonal piece on the back. We will learn English on Discorda because we don't have practice. Discorda. That's what you mean. Practice Discord. Now we type Discord. Just the whole word. It came through. When you say learning language, Duolingo is a product. Is it blocking that? Maybe that's what you're trying. Oh, I see. I was wondering maybe you were typing some brand name that maybe did learn English. Yeah, who knows how many messages have been dropped, and if what I'm reading is making sense to me, since we have no way of confirming to each other what you have sent and what I have been able to read. Speaking of which, a free commercial, Duolingo, go use it. Learn how to speak different languages. On that note, I think I'm going to attach these vertices here and call it a night. Um, because it's getting quite late. Not am I doing those two? I'm doing these. This one. Maybe one day we'll just hang out casually on Discord. Would be nice without any stream, just the conversation, you know. Could do that one day after all the Discord conversation. Remember, I still have the faces in there. You just merged the words. Didn't remove the faces. Did I do that? No, but merged. Merge these. Let me select all the vertices and I do M by distance. Remove 0 vertices. Not that this is fixing the problem you are pointing out, but I did not remove the faces you are. I have a sort of a separate copy here. When I'm merging, oh, I see. You mean the faces that are inside here. Or then talking about the faces that might be stuck in here. For example, this one. But I think it's merged properly because it's just one face. Merging them, don't remove faces. Forgot to remove the faces. Yeah, both of you are saying that. But then this is what I'm trying to do. So here's another face that I got to remove. Yeah, I think it merged fine. I see. Okay. It's still one face, so yeah. So I'm claiming that there is no extra face. I'm thinking of two faces, but there shouldn't even be one face there. It should just be a hello thing. This other or you're absolutely right. Absolutely right, both of you. Okay. Well, this has been really fun, educational. Uh, but I have to go. Uh, we'll maybe join each other another night, another day, another time zone, perhaps another country in the future. But for the time being, that's it. So thank you so much. Have a good night, good morning, wherever you are.